We are logging.
We got logs and logs and logs. The Tinker Toys can.
Good morning, everybody, from RV Falcor 2. You're watching the dive stream. This is dive 737. Spider. Picnic on it there. Good morning. I hope you all had a wonderful night. We had a super busy night. The scientists were processing all their samples from yesterday, and we are back in the water today, this morning. As always, in this particular expedition, we are doing some passes with the multi-beam and the SAGE sensor, and then after that we will be diving back down to seafloor level and characterizing some more of the ecosystem. And with me here in the room, I've got Sunny and Tyler as our pilots this morning. I've also got, he's waving, but you can't see because this is a microphone. And then I've also got Juliana behind me, helping us run the M3 that you're seeing on your screen. And then I've also got Jeff and Scott as our narrators for this morning for our mapping portion of our dive. So with that said, I hope you enjoy. Ask all the questions in the chat and passing it over to them.
All right, I have to make a correction for you there, so that they weren't just processing the samples from last night. We were coring all night also.
Oh my god.
Which
Four cores.
five deployments,
cores.
five
Five?
deployments, 5
Wait,
cores.
did we not get five? Okay.
Did
Yeah.
you guys sleep?
No,
I wasn't up. I slept.
Okay.
I have to
I
be up
slept
all day.
too.
Jeff is going to sleep in
Yeah.
Jeff is the
3
one
hours.
that's dying.
this is
Yeah.
the reason why Scott is here, luckily doing the logging, and Adam is asleep because we were all pretty wrecked
Yeah.
by the end of the night. But we got 5 good cores in and around the Seep site. And now we get to do some M3 mapping and SAGE sensing. SAGE sense.
That's me.
That's you.
That's just me. I am the sense.
You speak for SAGE. You are its translator.
Exactly.
And as Soph said, we are M3 mapping at our dive location today, where we'll generate a high-resolution image of the seafloor and give that over to the biologist, microbiologist, for their sampling dive. After we finish this, we should be on this for a couple hours, 2 or 3 hours, as we do our waypoints. We've got maybe about 10 lines to do. Hopefully we'll see some interesting things on the seafloor and in the waterfall display from the M3 and methane spikes. What is the bottom, what's our background look like right here, Scott?
Pretty much nothing. It's the same as water column on the descent. So this will be an interesting site to see what we see at 25 meters, because we were here 2 days ago for the short dive after the transit. And we saw a bubble plume from the ROV. We sampled clam beds there, and there were huge methane spikes right around the bubble plume, but the background methane at seafloor was essentially non-existent, which has been unique for these seep sites that we've visited on the cruise so far. So what it'll look like at 25, who knows?
Yeah, if you see something. Because this wasn't a very high background, well, wasn't a high methane spot except on at the bubble plume.
Right at the bubble plume.
Yeah.
I'll pull
But
up. I've been making maps this morning. I'll look at the map I made for this site.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah, this spot, when we dove on it 2 days ago, was a quick dive, but it was characterized primarily by just massive clam beds of dead clam shells. And we had to search and search and search for some. Did we find some live clams?
Yes.
Yeah, live clams. and
Surrounding
some
that bubble plume.
Yeah. Kind of makes you wonder how the clams, is there just seeping happening all over the place, or random times, or the clams are just living in not very much methane. Maybe they don't need very much, or it's all in the sediments, not in the water. But we're already starting to see a few little things on the seafloor. Some, maybe a slight depression.
Quite noisy outer beams today.
Yeah, I think I think yesterday's mapping went so well because there was so much carbonate,
Yeah.
so much rock that it was very reflective.
Yeah.
Where here we know the seafloor is pretty soft, or like
Yeah.
sediment and clamshells. That's what Jules is talking about, the outer beams. You can see my cursor. These, each of those little green dots is the beam, and as we move away from the center of our swath, the outer beams start getting noisy. Those ultimately get either clipped off or cleaned by me when I'm not so tired. That's a joke. I'm definitely going to be tired. But it probably is because the seafloor is pretty soft and we don't get a lot of strong returns, making it easy on the multi-beam to detect the seafloor.
Oh, to make it M3. No, would you want a button for that? Okay.
I think we should get away from specific buttons and have it be more of like, just like ours where you could choose.
Yeah.
All of the options. It's, every pilot is different, especially for like.
Force you guys to change the mapping and all this stuff. Thanks.
We're probably going to have to do some adjustments on the depth when we get to the end of the line. It looks like we're going to have a pretty more depth change along the lines than yesterday. Although we're still in okay coverage at 33 meters altitude. See those noisy outer beams?
We are starting to get a sage spike, by the way, Jeff.
Oh,
Exciting.
a sage
Small,
spike.
but
A
we'll see where it
sage
goes.
spike.
A sage spike.
Yes. Put that in the log.
So have we decided if we're marking points on Green Sea or not?
No,
Because it got us into a lot of trouble.
we're not
last
putting
time.
waypoints on Green Sea.
No?
At least not from our not from our observations on the M3 mapping. They take it, there was some taking a little too literal and going to our point and then not finding something and then just moving off.
It's not
So
its exact
more,
location.
yeah, it's not an exact, although that was, took a little while to get that across.
We're also definitely not naming any points tubeworm mound.
Nothing
While
tubeworm
flying
mound
around.
or seep, yes, with an exclamation point.
We saw bubbles,
We did.
yes.
We,
Exclamation
not
point.
just in
Two
M3.
S's, exclamation mark.
Bubbles.
Bubbles.
Yeah.
Can you guys tell us a little bit about how you process the
Oh,
M3
it is.
data? You're talking like noisy outer beams. How does that affect
Oh.
your processing, like after you're done with this portion of the dive?
Yeah, the noisy outer beams will end up getting removed, be edited them out. Actually, before I go into that, we might, how much more do we, let's see if we can finish. When we get to the end of this, let's reset our altitude to 25 because we're close to 40 meters right now. But the processing of the M3 data is, it's pretty straightforward. There's some processing workflows that we use, and then we have to take the depths from the CTD or from an integrated depth from the ROV and apply it to the M3 because the M3 doesn't know that it's 600 meters down. It just knows that it's wherever it is and it sees the seafloor below it. So to convert the M3 depths into real depth, we need to add the water column above it. So we take the depth from the ROV's navigation and apply that to the M3's files. That's probably the biggest processing step that needs to happen for the M3 data to get converted into a usable multi-beam map. And then these outer beams, those end up getting selected and removed in a big, taking a mouse and just clicking a big box into them and saying delete.
Yeah, that kind of noise is usually easy to edit, but it takes time.
Yeah. It's easy because it's very different than the seafloor. It's not a hard decision to say that that's not real. It's when the soundings are noisy close to the seafloor and you're like, oh, is that's not a real bump. So you end up leaving in that data more often than not because you don't want to over clean. This is going to be interesting because we're almost 40 meters water depth and it's very noisy. And maybe Scott, you can give us when we finish this line, tell us how you merge or what you do with the SAGE data to get it into something more than just a spike indicator.
More than a time series.
That's a
Perhaps.
fancy word.
That is a fancy word. I'll wait until I have to log the end of this line.
Yeah.
And then I will explain that.
The dedication to the log. Impressive.
It's my first sea logging responsibilities of the
Wow.
cruise, so
I I guess we haven't really had the sea log sage at all.
No.
Did you just make a user?
We haven't connected the wand, let alone taken the wand out.
Sage wand?
Sage wand that we don't use.
Sage is a wizard that has a wand.
I think maybe my favorite part of this cruise so far is how much of a life of its own Sage has taken on through through everyone on board.
What a journey we're having through a sage.
Exactly.
This is really just Sage's cruise,
Yeah.
and we are
We're
merely
all
just
here.
support systems for Sage.
We saw one of the Patagonia
Toothfish.
toothfish, thank you.
Really?
Yesterday.
Oh, I missed that one.
I flagged it for you.
Thank you. I was just going through the ones right now.
It was large. It was like a meter long.
What?
Yes.
I leave the room for 1 second.
1 second. I'm not super thrilled
There
with
you
how
go.
this data looks.
No, we can't survey like this the next time. There's too much of a depth change between the south and the north. End of line.
End of line.
So on the turn, reset our altitude. What it's going to end up doing is that you're on the way back, you're going to have to change at some point. But if you can gradually kind of slowly stair step it up as we start getting too shallow, I think that's the way. Yeah, like little increments. This will be our first time trying to do this because
Yeah. I bet it'll work.
I like your optimism. I bet it'll work.
Sonny's in the chair. Everything's fine.
Sonny's on board.
Sonny's.
We're all nightmares.
Chris.
Great.
Should I set them in depth lower?
Yeah, I can do it.
Okay. Have you ever tried clutter suppression? Because I haven't.
No. Click. What is that? What do you think that does?
I have no
It-
idea.
It cleans its room.
Oh, I think
it
might
clutters?
be ignoring the beams on the outside.
Mm,
They say anything about the pattern? Zigzags or snip stuff?
we turning?
I don't know if they said for the shipment, that's that is.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Do you notice a difference with clutter on? Clutter off. It looks the same. But what about more clutter?
Give it some time.
Oh yeah, there's some.
Yeah, it eliminates the outer beams. So that would probably clean up your
Do I
data.
get a cross line there?
All right. Let's log. Start logging.
Start of line.
Oh, yeah, start a line.
Mini baby line.
It's a turn line.
Maybe I'll get the shipment done. Let him start doing that. And I'll set things like down so we'll be clear about it. That's fine.
Yeah, why not create a thousand and eighty less football online? Just down.
I guess the clutter suppression is how you kind of bring in the outer beams.
It's one way apparently to do it. There's no other option to restrict the angle, but what it means by clutter, I don't know.
You know, like outer beams are beams too.
Yeah. They're just meant to be removed. Okay, let's stop logging for the turn that's coming up.
End of line.
Really, Jarvie, that's an updated waypoint, same thing that worked pretty well last time there, old Ollie.
Have we turned? Nope, not yet.
Same.
Looks like it should get moving again, and then we'll. So if you do this one, I'll automatically go to the next one. And then as long as those two are alright, I should go this, the proper speed.
Okay, turn on.
And start a line.
Start a line.
Start a line.
Well done, kill me if I close it.
God, unless you think it's too hot in here.
Who will kill you? I said, well done. I don't think I can adjust. It's just polar. No. Perfect. Where did you come?
All right, Scott, so Sage, post-cruise, what do you do?
Not even post-cruise. Right now I've been pulling data post-dive.
Post-dive.
And
Post-cruise, not
and
post.
mapping. Well, there will be even more post-cruise
Right.
back up too, but
But
post-dive, pulling the track from the ROV and mapping the methane concentrations that are measured on SAGE onto the ROV track and trying to understand kind of where the back calculation of those methane peaks correlates to an actual source spot of methane. This has been a really interesting cruise because our different sites have had very different methane backgrounds. So even without peak hunting or bubble hunting, we've been seeing these differences in the seafloor methane at El Quisco and our two different locations at the Concepcion Seep site. So SAGE kind of has two utilities that it's giving us, which is that ambient baseline bottom water methane concentration, and then also where spikes are to be able to understand large emission sources for methane as we explore the seafloor.
Mm. Yeah, so yesterday was, everywhere was high, and then there was like big peaks. It was
Yeah,
like background was high.
But even within background being high, there were areas of higher background, which I haven't really
Okay.
seen anywhere else. So in some areas we had background of about 50 microatmospheres, and some it was up to 60. And then on that large mound to the southeast where we had observed a bubble plume that wasn't observed in the afternoon, evening, it was up to 100 ppm baseline.
Yeah, so the bottom waters can be quite variable in methane concentration,
Yeah.
and not within one site, but also between many sites.
Between sites as
Yeah.
well. Yeah, and we've been talking about and thinking about how that may correlate to or relate to the biologic activity or lack of activity that we've seen at our different sites, because they have been quite different in that regard.
Intense moments.
Yeah. The amount or type of activity, there's very different communities of organisms at yesterday's site than at, well, the one we're at right now, and even back at El Quisco.
Yeah. Yeah, I think seeing the differences between the site yesterday with its really high methane but fewer seep fauna and the site 2 days ago, our short dive, this site, with abundant seep fauna, abundant clams, or at least clam detritus and some clam beds, but lower overall methane is really interesting, and measurements that we wouldn't get without having SAGE on the ROV.
Mhm. And getting to have a grid-like pattern,
And getting to have a
survey
grid-like
pattern at
pattern.
25 meters is roughly, give or take,
Got it.
10.
Yeah,
Depend-
exactly. But having one, we haven't really mapped like this with at least the methane version of SAGE. I think there might have been some CO2 mapping. And it's interesting to see it here because there hasn't ever really been concentrated surveys of methane at 25 meters in a whole seepage area.
Mhm.
So the distribution and the implications for plume tracking are quite interesting. And then it will eventually, post-cruise or in some kind of more finalized form, be coupled with bathymetry maps and mapping of samples and bubble plume locations to really bring all of this data that we're generating together.
So it's not to maintain 25 the whole time. It's just if it starts getting, the seafloor is getting too low, just to come back up. Because I think if we're making constant changes, it could mess it up. It's more like when we get to, if we get to 20 meters altitude, ramp it back down. But I think if we just stay at our constant depth right now, we're going to get shallower as we go.
Okay,
Or
so when it gets at 20.
just
right?
kind of bring it back down. I know
When
it's,
it goes to 30.
yeah,
So 5 meters either way.
let's try that. I'm just trying to reduce the number of moves, but we haven't had to do this yet, so this is a bit of a learning. This is our biggest depth change across the survey line yet.
Okay.
But we'll see. I think if it's slow enough like this, it'll end up being the depth sensor will process out. What I think is one of the problems that we have with the multi-beam and doing these lots of depth changes is the way in which you change the altitude of the ROV pitches it and pitches it kind of quickly, and the multi-beam is not pitch stabilized. So then I get this like kind of fanning of lots of beams in front and then like a thin number of beams. So I get a really uneven grid. Yeah, it's kind of a
I got you.
it's a interesting problem because you've got a lot of competing forces on the ROV, and your ability to maintain altitude it's not just you can go up and down without having another rotation. But ultimately, if we had a pitch stabilized multi-beam that could steer the beams, it might be okay no matter what. Like it would just know that, oh, I'm pitching a little bit, I'll move the beams to always stay below the ROV.
Since it's pretty far back to the sonar, every pitch change is greater.
Yeah.
Right?
Right now it knows the roll, pitch, and yaw of the ROV. It's getting that from the INS. But what it can't do is steer the beams as we're going. So it knows the beams are looking forward more or looking back as we're pitching, but it can't move the beams to compensate,
Right.
which some multi-beams can do that.
Yep. Just not the M3.
Not the M3. Oh, it's a little. Maybe some little depressions.
getting a spike on SAGE associated with crossing the midline again.
Cool.
My guess is we have an east-west current. We're west of that bubble plume.
When we get to 20 meters, let's try going back up.
Yeah, just.
Oh, we just, oh, good, okay.
That was that depression, Jeff.
That's what, okay. Nice, so how much of a SAGE hit?
It's still going up.
It's still going up?
It's the first one was up to about 45, 46, so that's 30 something above limit of detection / baseline here. And this peak is growing in now. Is our center line's right through that bubble plume clam bed?
I believe
from
so.
2 days ago. Okay.
Yeah. So there is a
Yeah.
water, there's a bubble stream, and then there's, yeah, the live clam bed.
Yeah, it would be nice if we get a similar pattern to what we got mapping yesterday of those
Mhm.
peaks growing in towards it and then dropping off on the other side of the current. So that'll suggest to us where there was a bubble plume yesterday that we didn't get to map to.
Mm-hmm.
I have your bubble plume that we mapped with multi-beam.
Yeah, you can see that got us close.
Yeah.
We found those. You can see even if you project all those points down to the seafloor, it's a pretty big area.
Yeah.
And that's using the ship's multi-beam. So the ship's multi-beam gets you close, and then the M3, in theory, gets you within like a couple meters.
This peak is lower than the last one, which is interesting. Only a little bit, but
It looks like we're starting to get kind of a increased amount of tension or push and pull on the multi-beam on the ROV. You can kind of see the rippling effect on the M3 map.
You can't do anything about that.
Yeah.
Just leave it off, hopefully it'll rectify itself, if not, we'll have to go and fix the keyboard. We'll have to come up with another one that can figure out what's going on there. Because you can't do anything about it. That's right. This is all a symptom of what happened before. That's right. It has to do with the relay board, not power supply. Yeah, we were ramping down a little bit.
Oh, squid. If you want to, well, we're almost to the end of the line. Let's just hold.
Charlie, what did you say that was a silver minute really quick? Oh, this was so cute. That's fine.
No, I mean, you need to stop it now.
You're calm on the board, are you?
Yeah, where else?
End of line. End of line.
End of line. My entire sea log experience is going to be clicking start of line and end of line.
Welcome to my world.
Narrow but deep experience.
Yes, lots of clicks, only 2 buttons.
Science.
Sounds like you've really optimized it, though.
Yeah, it's like going on, so you start
So if you wonder if something has happened since we also had settings. See that
You
again?
need to stop cross line.
Is that
Stop cross line.
starting cross line?
Start of line.
Your job maintenance updated waypoint, just keep showing a little bit better on straight line, figure out.
That start of line timing got a really cute little fish on the SciCam
Oh.
right at that moment.
You almost could make a biology observation there.
I made one for the squid, actually,
Wow.
that went by.
You're,
I wanted to click another button.
it's a gateway. You're gonna go be clicking a lot of things.
Yeah, start of line and end of line over and over again.
Mm-hmm. Wax on, wax off.
Where did you guys core last night, Jeff?
Where didn't we core? Well, that's a lot of places we didn't core, but the 5 coring sites were on the Seep site, on the near where we dove yesterday, and then off of the mound by 100 meters, and then even farther away. We kind of did it with this Seep site that we were at yesterday in the middle. Okay, end of line,
End of line. Oh, I missed the button. There we go.
close. got some pretty good recovery on a couple of the sites, and then the Seep site, at the Seep yesterday, the core degassed a lot and ended up pushing a lot of the core out of the top and the bottom. So there's a lot of gas in the sediments, and when you core and it's in a confined core barrel, as it approaches the surface, it decompresses and expands, and you can kind of get a core gas it squirts out.
Yeah.
If there's too much gas, it can kind of blow out. But yeah, we're gonna try and core that spot again, hopefully tonight, and move a little bit and get a better recovery. But we didn't see any hydrate, which is too bad, because that would have been fun to look at on the deck.
Yeah. Could it have gone with the depressurization?
Yeah, if the hydrate was too small volume, it could have dissociated all before it got to the surface. If you get big chunks of hydrate, it can make it to the surface, and then you can hold it in your hand.
So it looks like just as we're sitting here, it looks like the current's coming slowly from the east. Yeah.
Very slow.
And it's coming towards us.
Hmm?
Turn it.
Turning.
Yeah, we had more than the current the whole way, it seems like.
What?
The current looks like it's from the north,
Being moved towards the next one.
at all
Okay.
times.
Mm.
Or sorry, going to the north.
Start line.
Yeah.
Start logging.
Start line.
Hard time hearing it with these headphones on. Keep on a little off. So when we get to, if we get to 30, over 30, just reset it back to 25. I sent an email to Kongsberg about the M3 playback function not working.
Yeah,
We'll see if they respond.
I'm so optimistic.
Are you, or are you joking? Okay.
No, we've had have the most software bugs with less software than like, I think any other software.
Yeah. Well, it's Kongsberg Discovery Canada, so maybe they'll tell me, oh, here's a fix, here's a new software to make it work. That'd be great, because not being able to play it back, it's not so fun.
No. You tried it on your computer?
I did, and it crashes every time.
Yeah.
We could try the other file format that it can write. I don't know if that would. At the moment, they're not doing anything, but if we could get it fixed, that would be great.
Yeah.
Because there's two other formats you can log. I think it's under setup. Maybe system config.
Oh gosh.
Oh man.
Did you see the pause and the multi-thing?
What, it just like had a gap? Don't do.
No, I think the program just
Oh,
paused.
okay. Phew.
Oh yeah, I gave an alarm. Hold on. Too many outliers in the data.
Tell me
I
about
don't
it.
think we can change anything while picking.
Yeah, that's right. Go to,
Sorry, what?
let's see. I don't know.
Preferences is really where the data.
That's where you tell it to record.
Sorry, preferences is the only thing that you really have control over
During acquisition.
Correct. Plan it said 3 hours for mapping. Is that long day?
The idea was 3 hours on bottom, but we got on bottom a little later than 7. It's like 7:15, 7:30. We have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5 lines to go, and they take,
23 minutes-ish?
yeah, so
Ish.
ish, 2 hours. Well, we're going over some stuff. Sage?
Nothing yet,
Nothing yet.
but
We can wait.
it takes a few
Takes-
minutes to actually get a readout from
Oh,
what we're
yeah.
going over.
Can you explain that? Why does it take a few minutes of going over something to get a response?
Yeah, so the way the sensor works is it brings water across a membrane, it brings it along this outer membrane, and the gases diffuse through the membrane and into a headspace, which we then are continuously sampling with a very, very narrow hollow core fiber. So there's a time delay in the water making it from the sampling port, which is on the front of the ROV, to the instrument itself, though that's not very long, and then time for the gases to pass kind of along this fiber. So filling that fiber with an active signal takes a couple of minutes worth of response time, because it's very, very narrow and it's 5 meters long. So the passage time of the gas through that is a couple of minutes.
So So what happens is we go through some water that is enriched in methane, or any water really, but
Any water.
Any water.
SAGE doesn't discriminate.
That's good. That as we're passing through water, and let's say we pass through an area of enriched methane, or like a high concentration.
Yeah.
It takes time for it to move through the system and be measured and then displayed to you.
Yes.
And that lag time is how long, roughly?
Somewhere between 1.5 and 3 minutes, depending on a couple of different parameters. The pressure in the system, the pressure of the gas outside of the system, the temperature it's running at.
Got it.
Yeah. So it's actually really nice to have on board for something like this M3 mapping, because we're not for what we're seeing on SAGE. We're not trying to hunt down methane during the mapping. We're just doing this mow the lawn pattern. But when we're exploring around with the ROV, we don't really have the ability to adjust in the moment to where there is the most methane.
Yeah, makes sense. This constant speed, roughly constant depth, altitude is, you're getting to see kind of real-time response,
Yeah,
and we're not using it to hunt for it. We're seeing, how it correlates with our survey box.
exactly. It's a true kind of passive measurement
Mhm.
of the methane. And another nice aspect of it is when we're down on seafloor, when we're sampling, when we're using the ROV, which is all, of course, important work to be done, it's sometimes hard to tease apart what of that is kind of natural ambient methane and what is being stirred up by us landing on the seafloor or us push coring. Like normally going down in the water column or going up, you don't see any methane at all. But when we came up from this location 2 days ago, we had push cores absolutely full of methane that were degassing on the way up, kind of like those gravity cores that you were talking about.
Yeah.
And we saw just spike after spike after spike in the midwater methane data, which was all kind of quote-unquote non-natural. It was just methane coming out from the push cores
Right.
that we were bringing with us. We got another midline spike on SAGE again.
Well, there's something at the midline.
There is. Adam drew a good midline again.
Oh, yeah. Have you had any way to estimate, or have you noticed any altitude, or another way to say it, elevation above the seafloor that the seep areas go back to background
Almost immediately.
almost immediately?
So except where we have large spikes, it's pretty much at 25 now. We haven't done, a concentrated 10 meter or 5 meter survey.
Yeah.
So I don't know, and we never kind of come off the seafloor and come to 8 and hover for a bit. But when we lift off and start coming back up,
You've got all the push cores, you've got stirred up sediment and
oh no, I was gonna say when we lift off and to leave, you see methane come down to background almost immediately, given that time delay. So when we would expect it to come back down to background, it's down very quickly. So that's part of why this 25 meter survey is really interesting, is we see very clean spikes because we're pretty much always sitting at background on these surveys.
and maybe you can describe for the people and for me, I actually haven't gone out and looked, where on Sebastian is SAGE mounted?
So SAGE is on, what side is it on? It is on the port side, about 2/3 of the way back on the vehicle. It's just aft of the central propeller. Where it's located is mostly just based on where the ROV team wanted it for balancing and ballast purposes. The physical location of the instrument is not too important, and then the inlet tube is right on the front of Sebastian, kind of, for all of you watching this camera, it's about half a foot above and then out a little bit to port from here. So we're truly measuring the water right at the front of Sebastian, which is close to where we're sampling. So I'm trying to decrease that distance as much as possible while still keeping away sediment and direct gas bubbles and other things that can harm the instrument.
Yeah, so why would gas bubbles harm the instrument?
So I guess they don't directly harm the instrument. It can take in as much gas as possible, but down at these depths, in order to be a bubble, the bubble is quite pressurized. So it's a very high amount of gas within that bubble, and if we take that into SAGE, we can raise SAGE's pressure well above atmospheric pressure, which means on recovery we have a pressure vessel coming back up on Sebastian, which we'd prefer to avoid. There is a pressure relief valve built into the system, but that will, if we have too high of a pressure, depressurize as we get close to the surface, but not on the surface. So it will open up in the water and flood SAGE with water, and then we would have no more SAGE for the rest of the cruise. So
And we'd
avoiding that is
be very
for the
sad.
best. Yeah.
How comparable is SAGE getting a bubble to like a human getting the bins? I guess it's a little bit like bubbles in your, it's not coming out of solution. We've added the bubbles to SAGE, but it's still not good to have bubbles in your bloodstream.
I think the difference is SAGE, it doesn't affect SAGE. SAGE is happy to run at very high pressures. Your peaks will look pretty terrible because of pressure broadening.
End of line.
End of line. Let me find C log, end of line. End of line. Your peak will look pretty terrible. We get large pressure broadening at high pressures, but all the instrumentation would run happily. It's more that all of us on board and working with Sebastian would prefer not to have a large pressurized vessel show up back on the sea surface, and if it is pressurized when it comes back up, it will
Make it the turn.
flood it.
Got it.
So I would say not
That.
really comparable
Okay.
to the bends.
Starting cross lane.
Start of line.
Start across line. I'm just trying to anthropomorphize sage more.
I think you have been the chief proponent of that so far this
Have I?
cruise, so I appreciate
Okay.
that the efforts continue.
Yes. There's more ways to make sage another crew member. And if I'm not mistaken, SAGE is not only measuring methane. SAGE has got some other sensors, not just methane, but like CTD stuff.
Kind of.
Any other?
It's not so much. It's not CTD stuff. It's not in. Sage has sensors that measure things like various internal temperatures, various internal pressures. So it,
And cross line.
end of cross line. So it does have things like temperature and pressure, but not ambient seawater.
Right, it's measuring
ones.
SAGE's conditions.
Exactly,
Not the
their-
environments.
Their diagnostic
Okay.
conditions, which if, I shut all the heaters off, would very quickly approach ambient conditions, but we want to avoid that because it's not good for the instrument.
No,
So
don't imagine so.
Is SAGE an acronym?
SAGE is an acronym.
Yeah. What does it mean?
Well, can I? let's
do you
see.
remember, Jeff?
Yes, I'm gonna try to remember here. So, well, I know the G is gases and aqueous gases. S-
Aqueous gases in the environment?
No, we just need the S.
yeah, the,
There we go.
Sensor.
So has it. Sensor for aqueous gases in the environment.
yeah.
Wow.
I was getting there.
What'd you say, Joel?
Alright, gonna make the
Yeah.
next turn.
Make the turn. Well, if anyone cares, the M3 stands for multi-mode multi-beam.
Stop line.
Start of line.
Start line.
It does, and it tells you that when you turn on the software.
I've never turned on the software.
You've never turned it off. Always got
Never
it on.
turned it off.
Only on.
Yeah. And I was reading the manual today.
Wow.
Were you trying to get the playback to work?
Yes, I was trying to get the playback to work. It's very frustrating. M3.
That's so cute. Oh gosh.
Yes.
According to the multibeam, maybe the next line we might see something?
Oh, yeah. Okay. User manual.
When
No,
you
we're
head
not-
to 8?
Going to what?
You headed away from 8?
Yeah.
Well, this line looks like it passes right over
Yeah.
some of the markers from our dive 2 days ago.
Those are real markers, not fake it.
I think we didn't map this spot, so we don't have fake markers. We
Yeah,
only
there's
have
no
real
fake
markers,
markers.
Tyler. Only markers where our visibility was 2 meters, not 40 meters of seafloor.
Yes. I think this is, we're gonna get a sage hit. Probably
sure
center,
think we
center
will.
line again. But we're getting close to our seep. If it's still there,
We'll see if we see bubbles this time.
yeah. But we won't put it on the waypoints.
No.
We'll just keep it to ourselves.
This bubble stream's already in the waypoints.
That's right. You can go to it. It's waypoint 1, I think, for the sampling
For the
dive.
sampling dive?
Yeah. See if it's still bubbling.
Yeah.
Can get my gas tight out of the way.
Early.
Well, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to go to bed.
You're gonna sleep.
I'm
We'll
gonna sleep.
we'll do it. We'll
You
do
can
it. I'll
do
make
it.
sure it happens.
Yeah. Good pictures, good images of the O-ring and the funnel.
Where is the O-ring on the gas
Can I
tank?
adjust the waterfall?
Oh,
Or-
yeah, I can do it.
Okay.
It just, we probably had a couple of dropouts. Oop, wrong way. It's not great. Could try adaptive, but I think we had some bad pings that blew the color scale open.
Yeah.
Can do some more acronym trivia.
Yes.
Okay. That's an easy one for in the here. CTD. That's it. You use it all the time. Oh, go get the CTD. Dude, let's go do a CTD.
Hey, coming up to 25.
Conductivity, temperature, depth.
And
Jeff, has
depth.
anyone ever said to you, dude, let's go do a CTD? Or did you just?
Yeah, let's go do a CTD. Hey, the weather's getting a little bad. Let's get a CTD in
Yeah.
before. How does it get depth? How does it know depth?
Pressure.
Under pressure.
Under pressure.
Don't get a copyright strike.
I just said under pressure. I don't know what you're trying to
You said it slightly like someone.
No, I didn't.
What about TMS?
TMS?
Yeah.
Hmm.
We don't have one on board, but
We don't have a TMS.
normally RVs have a TMS.
ROVs have a TMS? Okay. See, a is it? Yeah, I was gonna say tether.
Mm-hmm.
A tether. Is this with like you'd have a two-body system? The TMS. Okay,
Oh,
wait.
yeah,
Now
I know
what
that
would
one.
be? Is marsupial? What did you say?
Marsupial.
Yeah, a tether marsupial system?
Oh my god. Good job.
No, it's not that.
Tether management.
Management.
I like marsupial.
Yeah, but a
But it
tether.
kind of fits the idea.
No, it doesn't. Does it? I guess it can. see that. So a tether management system. So like other ROVs in the like deep sea exploration have another kind of like a robot. It's another like a mini ROV. You have a little control over them sometimes, right? The
Some
like
of
the
them have
manage like
drifters.
Medea and Argus are the.
That's a clump weight.
Oh, it's just a clump weight, but they can move it. I thought. I thought they have little thrusters on them and cameras.
They might.
But what type of thing would be a tether management system?
Usually you dock the ROV into the two
Oh,
minutes.
Jeff, there's that bubble plume.
Bubble stream.
Nice.
Whoa.
Whoa.
That's what the people. That's exciting.
So there's two types of TMS.
Okay.
There's a top hat one and a cage type.
Oh, top hat and a cage.
Yeah. So the top hat, the RV comes and docks in from the bottom, and the cage, the RV goes into the
Okay.
cage or the garage.
So it's an ROV garage.
Or the cage type.
The cage type.
Yeah.
Wow.
The other one is an RV hat.
An ROV hat. And these.
I mean, it's assumed it's gonna go on the top.
Traditionally,
So I
where
have
hats go.
refinements.
Those,
Or
yeah.
shoes.
Did you say bottom hats are just pants?
Yeah, that's what that said.
I mean, yeah, I get it. So, tether management, how does going into a cage help you have tether management?
Well, it has the same spooling mechanism
Okay,
where the tether is spooled on, and in the cage or the garage, the tether is comes out of the aft of the RV.
okay.
So you pull yourself back in, and the top half of the bullet is on the top, docking from the
Mm.
bottom.
So the only tether management that Sebastian has is even the floats considered tether management at like the minimal amount, or it's,
Yeah, right.
and you are managing it because you have to watch the spool and the loops and stuff.
Yeah. It's coming up next 5 meters.
Okay.
One of the big differences is with a TMS, you launch docked together, and then you don't have to fly down, you just pay out the winch. Whereas
Okay.
Sebastian has to be flying the entire time.
Is that fast? Faster
No,
than?
you can't really go faster, you can just pay a little bit less attention.
Oh, okay.
And well, the difference with one with a TMS is you have a tether and you only have an umbilical.
And just
It's a armored umbilical that's connected
okay.
to Sebastian, and the TMS ones, they have a tether that comes out of the TMS and goes to the RV, and the tether isn't armor, it's not an armor cable.
Hmm.
It's more flexible and most of the time it's neutrally buoyant.
So a lot. No tugging on the ROV.
No, well, if
Very-
you have
very
a,
little.
if you have a deck sub, you could pull yourself into TMS most of the time with
Okay.
your tether once you're not snagged on it.
Ah. So if you lost power or control, the garage could kind of just pull you back in
Yeah, and that would
and then recover it like with the winch, and
yeah.
that's pretty fancy. That seems like a nice insurance policy to like you can get the thing back without needing another ROV to go get your ROV that's on either on the seafloor or not operating, which has happened.
One time, I was
Disclaimer.
Disclaimer. The pilot, we went dead sub. Not on this ship. Different.
Also disclaimer.
Also disclaimer. And all you can do at that point is just peg it on the TMS. So you bring in the tether. And then all of a sudden, the tether stopped, and there was the end of the tether.
Oh,
And
great.
so the umbilical had parted. And that was because two conductors shorted and blew apart the umbilical. Yes. This was okay. But then, a month later, actually I remember, so we were in Honolulu, and we came over to the Falcor, and we were like, not me, another disclaimer.
A story full of disclaimers.
I don't even know if
Can
this story
you
happened.
Can you push Sebastian's max depth to 5,000? Because that's where Lukai was. And you guys were like, no, which is valid.
Yeah.
And then the petrol ended up recovering it. And, this is for you guys, Sunny and Tyler, when Lukai was recovered, the costs were full. So no leaks at all for 40 days.
Oh,
It's the
it
only
was down
win.
there for 40 days.
40 days, yeah. Because
Wow.
you have to get another ship.
Yeah, it takes a while.
So did it have any barnacles or anything growing on it?
No?
Wow.
It's very deep, there's not much in there. Good as new.
Did
Actually,
it start growing like the bacterial goo on it?
no.
We
Was it a
There's
substrate
nothing,
for
there's nothing at
invertebrates?
5,000 meters.
Disclaimer, she wasn't there.
She was Christine. Disclaimer, I didn't dive on it.
disclaimer, this was all a dream.
This is all of it.
I had earlier this year I was on the Atlantis with Jason, and we had a 5-day ROV dive.
That's incredible.
And it was at Axial where we went we weren't working on hydrothermal vents, but we went and took a look at them and grabbed some temperature probes. And it was like at the 3rd day, and there was 2 more days. By the 5th day, there were limpets and barnacles growing all over
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Jason. And like every shift, I had 2 shifts a day, 4-hour shifts. Every time I came in, it was like, wow, there's more. It's like it's just growing and
Yeah.
growing.
That's incredible.
Yeah, and not fun for the ROV techs to clean it.
No.
Apparently, it smelled really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, so those biofouling can take on pretty quick.
I think our max time on bottom was about 3 days.
3 days?
Yeah, it
That's
was
still a lot.
definitely like over 40 hours.
Yeah.
It was the long range,
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
and
Yeah.
it was 30 hours.
Oh, right. That's right.
Was it one? Well, when does the live stream make you do another one?
8 hours.
8 hours.
So 8-hour chunks?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think we were up to like part 4, part 5, part 6, who even knows?
Isn't that where you're doing, it's a marathon,
We're
where you're doing a
still down
it's a
here.
fundraiser marathon, you get the phone calls. Maybe you could get like some alumni, friends of the Falcor calling in.
Yeah.
No, we had a fun time. We started calling the bridge and asking them if they'd rather, what was it, Tyler? Would you rather cover yourself in peanut butter or have your shoes full of jam or something like that with
Yeah.
no sock? Like, we started getting real silly.
You mean going real silly, yeah.
Oh, real silly.
Real silly, real fast.
Yeah, we started, well, we put up a meme on the door that was like, lawnmower noises.
Yeah. That was fun.
We had fun.
Yeah, the Jason 5-day dive, there was multiple elevators used, and
Mm.
then we were doing pressure measurements, so we had to big pressure recorder that if we return to the surface, we'd lose our daisy chain of pressure measurements, and we'd have to like go back to a reference site. All right, stop logging. So it was more efficient to just stay down with the pressure recorder.
Yeah. Generally, scientists are our limited factor. Either like,
Samples.
samples is the key.
Yeah.
Never full.
We were just turning around instruments, so
Yeah.
it was making measurements on monuments,
Mhm.
like these cement platforms that we put down,
Mhm.
and putting little autonomous pressure recorders on the monuments. So it was just swapping things out on the basket. And then we could send things up on the elevator. So it was great,
Yeah.
Okay, turn.
making the turn.
That was past summer?
This was 2 months ago, 3 months ago.
Well, my friend Sarah was on there, pilot.
Yeah.
So you start and cross line.
Start of line.
I think we ended up finding out that we were 6 or 8 hours short of the longest Jason dive,
Oh, man.
which is, like, I guess, around
You should've
6.
You
just.
should have just done it.
Should have done it? Well, the cruise was over.
Yeah.
We went until we had to go.
Fair enough.
We probably would have stayed down. You know, with ROVs, it's, you know, you get into 5 days and it's, something's gonna happen.
Mhm.
A lot of times, you know, like the sample thing happens, we're like, no, we need that thing, it's not working. Or weather, I guess weather, you stay down for weather, usually.
Yeah.
It's easier to stay down, but, yeah. No leaks,
No leaks. That's a tight system.
tight
That's good.
system.
Ready to doggy, that's an updated whitemark. Thank you, Tony.
Is it Tony?
It is, there's cycling through everybody up there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Get her.
Let's get him in there.
And the cross line.
End of cross line.
I'm so cold.
It's freezing.
It's so cold.
It's worse when you go out to the warmth,
Yeah.
and you come back in, the freezer.
Yep. The ice
Go
box.
go spend some time in the robotics lab and then come in here.
Even colder.
Yeah. Yesterday morning when I came down to get stuff set up, it was 13.4 degrees
Yeah.
C. Yeah.
Thanks, Sarah.
It's for It's for and I'm gonna say the air.
Classic. Get our AC to work right before we go to the Antarctic.
Yeah,
This is gonna feel warm there.
Okay, turn
making the turn.
Don't tell me that.
Have you been?
No, I
Start
wanna
line.
go.
line.
Start a line.
Start
Start a
line.
line.
Start a line.
Start of line.
Good job. Start a line.
I said it first.
I know.
Don't look at me.
You are the
Did Sonny
logger.
say it? The one person that actually says it.
Yeah.
Good. So this line should pass that bubbles again.
Yeah, so what side, do we see that on the port side?
It was on
It was
this
on
side of
port.
the beam,
So
going going south.
we'll see it on, yeah,
So it
we
should
might
be
see it
on
on,
the right side, yep.
yeah,
Or it
Nathan.
could also be on port if we're on the other side of the
true.
bubble stream.
Did Did Sage see the bubble
Sure.
stream?
Sage had a spike at midline, but not actually slightly lower than the one before.
Maybe Sage is wrong.
Whoa.
Maybe Sage is
Whoa.
wrong.
Maybe Sage needs some googly eyes.
I don't know where on Sage the googly eyes would go. We can workshop this.
Have we ever put googly eyes subsea?
I was gonna say, I feel like they
There's
did
air in them.
They would, yeah, they would just,
Yeah.
I'm fully aware this
and then
would
and then
be
Sage would have
a-
two flattened clear plastic circles, just
Just
mashed
draw
to
them
its
on
front.
with a Sharpie.
Oh, perfect. Aaron has told me if Sage stays on for leg 2 that they're going to be painting it sage green before it comes back to Woods
That's
Hole.
such a good color.
So, yeah.
That's my favorite color.
Sage is in its millennial sage green era.
Was that an error?
Era? No,
It's
it's an
the
era
only
for
era.
sage.
Okay, yeah.
Scott, that's younger people talk.
Okay.
We're in our Falcor era right now.
You are in your Falcor era. So are we.
Yeah. Your era is
We all
lasts longer than ours.
The FKT era.
Yeah.
Falcor too.
We're definitely all living in the Sage era, though. We're all in Sage's era.
I will never not be in the Sage era after this cruise.
You're gonna keep Sage?
Yeah.
Okay.
In my
It's
heart.
gonna be a new sensor
Uh-huh.
on
The
Sebastian.
sea log
No,
will
not
never
on, just
leave.
wherever Juliana goes.
Yeah.
Yeah. We will never delete those sea log events. Ever.
The one
The one.
Sage event that Miles put in, I didn't even log it. It's like, there's a spike on Sage, you're like, Sage, other, high spike.
After, hey, that's good.
I think that's the only sea log Sage event.
Sage has the best ratio of sea log event or mentions in the control room versus sea log events logged.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Do you even put Sage on?
No. Well, Sage on happens before the dive, so it would just
Okay.
get deleted from sea log anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm not really sure why I put those buttons
I don't
in.
know, we could start logging Sage ground faults.
Oh, God. We'll have to specify that we actually now know they are cable ground faults.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's been tracked down. It's the cable that was spliced on ship, and we don't have another splice.
Oh,
Kit.
my.
So there's no way to replace it.
Scandal?
Scandal is right.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a bad pigtail, not the splice.
It could happen
I'm
to
sure
anybody.
that's what it was. It's the whip that I brought. That's the issue.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
But it finally was ground faulting on deck when we recovered, and we were able to hunt it down. And after disconnecting the pump and the Sage, the ground fault was still there, and we worked our way through.
Well,
It-
good, now you can just ignore it with more peace.
That's exactly what's been happening.
Yeah.
And it's been squeezing out at depth more consistently.
Yeah,
So it's
that's
easier
always
for
nice.
everyone to ignore it with more peace.
Yeah,
I've had
See,
peace.
Tyler's checking now.
I've been peace with it for a long
the
time.
whole time.
See, look at that. Look at
Wow,
that.
wow.
You ignore it, it goes away.
What's that flashing light?
Ignore it, it'll go away.
Sprint's working, right?
Yeah, don't say that.
Don't say
Don't.
that. That's
Jeff,
bad-
Jeff,
that's
don't
bad
speak
word.
those words.
I don't. Yeah,
There's a reason I'm still sitting in here.
yeah, because it's working while you're
Wrapped
in
in
here.
4 layers.
Yeah.
Cause you love us.
Yeah, because you're having a great time. Mapping. Who needs the seafloor when you can map? We're just seeing the seafloor through sound.
I think all dives should be Jeff on 0 hours of sleep narrating. That's my nomination from
Yeah,
now
you
on.
like that?
Good save,
Coming
good
out
save.
5 meters.
Coming up 5.
This, I'm obsessed with.
That was me.
I can tell it's you.
What are you obsessed with?
I'm just going through the
Zoom in
footage
on
from
that.
yesterday.
Oh yeah, some good stuff. Are you checking out the mapping footage?
No,
No, I didn't think so.
afraid not.
That was the Bubbles Yes site,
Bubbles, yes.
and it was so cool. We should have spent the whole dive there if I was running the dive and we had no scientific objectives. But did you see the fish?
I did.
Did you see the octopus?
There were so many
Brooding
octopus there.
octopus. Very cool.
I looked at the temp probe data, and it went up a tiny
Someone
amount
contact back.
there.
A tiny amount?
Tiny,
Well,
tiny amount.
That's still something.
It is. I need to actually work it up and look at the noise levels, but I pulled that yesterday and looked
Cool.
at it.
Well, I hope we go back there. That'd be cool.
Jules, do you remember if you got
Let's keep an eye out. We might be
frame
seeing
grab
another.
of any of those anemones surrounded by the clams, the dead clams?
I think so.
Okay, I'll dig back in. Lisa wanted one, so I was
mean-
gonna go through the video and then I went to sleep.
Well, sleep. That sounds nice.
Yeah, I
That'll be
want
you
the
in 2
sensor
hours,
to-
Jen.
Yeah, it's just coming soon. In my
Coming
sleep,
soon to a Falcor near you.
my sleep era. But I think we might be keeping an eye out on the M3 for another bubble
Yeah.
stream, the one that we passed on the last line.
And I do think there was some stuff on the front-facing sonar
Ooh.
as we came through the midline.
So that
I'm
could be our
wondering if we'll
first
see
indication.
that again.
All right, keep your eyes peeled, everybody, for bubbles.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah. As we're passing through this midline again, like yesterday, getting that same pattern of spikes, which has been associated. We saw the bubble plume on the last pass. We should see it in another 20, 25 meters. This is just the one, and it's where we saw the bubble plume on the dive 2 days ago. We already have that location in there. This is today's data. Well, it's been. These are all spikes from the same thing. Probably it's a plume being carried east to west that we're passing through repeatedly. That's my interpretation of it, at least. That's what it was yesterday. So.
If you get anything new, put up.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, if this pattern goes away and then comes back. Let's see that bubble stream.
You guys saw Escape.
We did. It was a good footage of this skate.
Oh, bubble.
Oh,
Yeah,
Maybe the bubbles
Yeah.
over there. On the far left side. Oh, and it's gone. That makes sense.
yeah, that does make sense.
The air is so dry.
now the question is, now that we're on the other side of the bubble stream, will I see
Oh,
a
yeah.
midline
Was it the
spike?
bubble stream
My,
all?
my guess is I will not, or I will see a very small one.
That's a nice hypothesis.
Yeah, and that tells us something about those spikes that I saw yesterday that we didn't get to the source of.
That they were another bubble stream? Possibly.
Yeah.
Here comes a mound.
Mound.
Here comes a mound. 3, 2, 1.
Coming up?
3,
Oh, it's down, yeah.
1.
We needed that for the bubble stream. Just a mound gets that?
Something we can prepare better for than the bubble stream.
That's true.
Jules, what was that? Grab in, I can dig it and send it to Lisa.
Yeah. Do you want me to just drop that in, I'm trying to find a better one for you. Do you want me to just put that in?
I think, was that two next to each other?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Ah. Okay, I'll put it in the sandbox.
Awesome, thank you.
If you're watching the M3 bathymetry kind of live feed, it has an abrupt change because we were getting a little deep. The seafloor was going deeper below us, so we shifted the ROV up. So it now has the seafloor kind of shifted. So when we clear out that other data behind us, you'll be able to see more detail again. But that's why there's like the little kind of north or up and down stripe of colors.
Can't spell
So, Sage,
It is.
Nothing,
nothing.
nothing yet.
So nothing yet on Sage.
I really suspect we won't see anything on this.
So
test.
we were getting, Sage was sensing the enriched methane likely from the bubble emission site. And the currents were going from
East
to
to
west.
Yep.
So we were seeing the plume of methane rich water, and then we got on the other side of the plume, and now no sage hits.
Yeah, at least not yet.
At least
But
not yet.
I don't think we'll see one. Which is good. I mean, that lets us pinpoint a little bit better that spike we were seeing yesterday too.
That we should have kept going.
No, we got to the other side of it.
Oh, we did. So we had
had-
bounded it. We had a bracket.
And we got a small hit on the other side of it, but we went from seeing about 200 microatmospheres to about 40.
So you think
What's-
the small hit might just have been background or another thing farther away?
It could have just been that seep was much more vigorous. So
Okay.
the enrichment, the tallest peak for that one went up to about 200 microatmospheres. And this is up to about 65 for this one.
Yesterday's seep area was very enriched in methane in the water,
Yeah.
which is not surprising. In the multi-beam, the ship multi-beam, we saw easily 3 or 4 different bubble emission sites.
I mean, Chris.
I like to file a complaint.
It's in, I made a Scott personal folder.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ironically, it's actually for Lisa, but that works. I put in the personal request,
I'm cutting
so
myself out.
I got it.
Passing the baton.
No, fine.
Going down 5.
Almost halfway there.
Halfway. My goodness.
Yeah, there's 10 lines.
We've got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 more lines, and then the fifth line is the cross line.
Okay, that'd be 5 lines.
5 lines. So 20, 40, an hour, 20, an hour and a half-ish. Oof. We're going over our 10 a.m. attempted stop time.
End of line.
End of line.
Oh,
Wait,
sea log, where's sea log? There we go.
end of line.
End of line.
I didn't have
End
an
of
end of
line.
line for the last log line. I think because Juliana was telling me riveting story with a lot of disclaimers.
That's a you problem.
It's fully a me problem.
I think it's actually a me problem because you're not using the M3 data.
That's true.
I mean, do you even use the stop time?
Do you-
There's
yeah, do you
0%
use-
chance you do.
Turn it.
Turning.
Do-
Are you undermining the utility of C-log?
Yeah. For M3, yeah.
For M3?
absolutely.
And 3
Cross line.
starting cross line.
Start of line.
Sure, the file name is when you click start logging, but it's not in C-log. And I don't know what the conductivity was of the water when we started
Well, if
logging.
you have the time, you have everything.
I do have everything.
But you're right. Connectivity is so important for M3.
For M3, yeah. Actually, I think the sound speed is not working is not giving good readings, or some part of the CTD, the calculation for sound speed, because I've had to correct it on the M3 data now, on all the dives.
You've just ruined my morning.
I'm sorry. How is it being calculated? With the temperature and
The
connectivity?
actual SBE sends out, it calculates sound speed through the salinity.
Yeah.
Connectivity and temperature.
Yeah. So I've had to make a correction in post to flatten the seafloor. I'm sorry.
It's an updated waypoint.
Where did you make the correction with?
Updated waypoint.
MB system, multi-beam processing software.
No, I mean, but what sound velocity did you apply?
Oh, I just eyeballed it.
Okay, that's definitely way better than our actual sensor on the ROV.
Well, I eyeballed it. The sensor is making very big smiles. Okay, end of line.
End of
So
line.
you're editing the data by eyeballing it.
I am making
This
an
is how
adjustment
good at mapping
to.
Jeff is.
Yeah,
He can just see the sound speed.
I can see the effects of the sound speed. And if you don't have the right sound speed, you're going to have smiles or
I don't
frowns.
know.
And this is
But
pretty.
you're just picking the sound speed.
I went to
based
each
on-
file and went through and checked to see, made small adjustments until the broad seafloor swaths flattened. And then all the lines matched up a lot better too.
Okay.
I don't know
Wow.
what the real sound speed
Turning.
is, but I know that I needed to adjust the
Turning.
sound speed to make the data look better.
I don't know
Start
how to
of
go
line.
forward with that.
Start of
End of
line.
line.
Hey, I'm just letting you know.
No, that's good information. But I don't know how.
Would it be
how much it's off
possible-
by.
So if we did a CTD in an
Uh-huh.
area where the ROV went down to a similar depth,
Mm.
could you compare the sound velocities
Yeah.
to see if there's an offset?
Yeah.
Because it looks it seemed as if the sound velocities that the M3 was getting from the CTD was over too fast.
Really?
Yeah, so I had to make everything slower.
Okay.
But
I can compare. I
yeah.
can do that now. I mean, I think sound velocity is calculated inherently in the sensor.
yeah, it has
but
its
I'd
own.
have to see what model, what
Yeah.
coefficients it's using. But we do have a comparison in Grafana that I can check.
Okay.
Thanks for ruining my day.
Sorry for ruining. I could have delayed. I could have ruined another day, I guess, and told you
That's
later.
true. You can bring it up tomorrow
Okay.
as well.
I
Yeah,
have
I'll
been
check
able
on
to.
that.
I've been able to mostly fix the visual problem of the sound velocity.
Yeah.
So it's not without a workaround right now.
Well, you can do anything. You can fix.
Well, yeah, it's digital data. I can.
Yeah.
Jeff, you can make it say what you want.
I can.
Say Jeff.
I could.
Yeah, you can make it say Jeff.
I just clean the data until
Throw
it's like
back to
I'm a
approximately
sculptor.
27 hours ago.
I sculpt the data.
Totally flat.
Totally flat seafloor. That assumption is
Surprisingly
valid.
full of bubble plumes.
Hey, that's a lot harder than you'd think to make fake bubble plumes.
Is it? Have you tried?
No. I'm not at liberty to say. Sage would know, though.
Sage would know. Sage would know if you were lying, Jeff.
Yeah.
Maybe, as long as we were down current of the bubble plume.
Right, as long as we're down current of the lies.
There's something to be unpacked there.
Yes, there is. But not right now. Not in this era.
After your sleep era.
Yeah, after my sleep era. So no more methane spikes?
Not on that leg.
Wow.
We'll see what happens when we cross midline here.
That-
Sneaking suspicion we won't have one, which is really good data actually not to see something.
Well, yeah. It's a confirmation of our working hypothesis.
Yep.
But what do you think? Would that tell you that we should have this, let's say we don't see any more spikes.
Yeah.
Should we tell the sampling team to change their strategy and not go to the east as much? Be like, well, we don't really have any.
I think we should tell them.
Well, we should tell them that we didn't see any.
But yeah, we'll see what they make of that data. I think we should definitely tell them.
Right, but there's telling them. Do we want to make any recommendation? Maybe no.
No. Let them decide.
Okay. We've just got the info.
Because there can be low-level seeps that are not showing up at 25 meters, right? We saw that plenty at the other sites. And in fact, there can be lots of places where there's low methane, but a ton of biology. So
Right.
depending on what they want out of it,
Mm-hmm.
there's plenty to be seen.
Okay, coming up 5. So we are currently surveying, making a high resolution map of our study site for today's dive with Sebastian ROV using the M3 sonar. And if you are just tuning in, M3 stands for multi-mode multi-beam, which some people find as very cute. And we're using SAGE, which stands for
Do you remember it?
Sensor for Aqueous Gases
Gases.
in the environment.
There we go.
I like how you like in the environment. You get the and like just ignore that.
Yeah.
So we're using
I mean,
SAGE.
It is an acronym still.
It is still an acronym, a cherry-picked acronym. But you got SAGE checking for methane concentrations. We got the M3 mapping the seafloor and looking for bubble emissions that come into the water column. And we are on a site that we dove on 2 days ago. We had a short dive 2 days ago that yielded lots of great samples, but we ran out of time on the dive. And we're back now doing the survey with the ROV. And since we did that dive 2 days ago, we have mapped the whole area with the ship, with the RV Falcor. And the RV Falcor is multi-beam, and mapping systems can map a much larger area than the ROV, mainly because the ship is at the surface, which is about 1,000 meters away from the seafloor, so our view, acoustic view, is much broader. But that gives us a lower resolution, lower scale map that allows us to hone in on where to send ROV Sebastian down and do our high resolution map, followed by sampling with the push cores and with interesting fauna organisms. So we're kind of narrowing down. We're using the nested kind of scale surveys, where we have our big scale survey that then goes to a smaller scale survey that goes to video observations and direct ground truth samples. So while the camera on Sebastian looks like you see just the water column and we get little creatures coming by, we're really looking down right now with the sonar. The M3 sonar is facing downward, so we're making a swath of data, and if you look in the top right of your screen, that's kind of a color-coded representation of what the depth of the seafloor looks like below us. And at roughly 20 to 25 meters altitude above the seafloor, we're getting methane concentration continuous readings, which have been pretty interesting. We've been tracking a enriched methane spot that seemingly culminated with us imaging a bubble plume in the multi-beam. And then since we got to the east side of that bubble plume, we have not seen any significant methane spikes in the SAGE sensor. So our working hypothesis right now is that as we approached from the west to east, that we were seeing the drift or the plume of the methane bubble plume site. We were seeing the kind of dragged enriched methane from the currents. When we got closer to it, we went over it, and now we're on the other side of it, so we're up current. And shouldn't, unless there's another bubble plume or enriched like high flux of methane into the water, that we might not see another spike.
Did you see any other bubble plumes in this area from ship-based mapping?
No, the ship-based mapping showed one nice bubble plume at this spot,
Which is the one that we
which
went
is
to?
probably the one
2 days ago.
we went to that 2 days ago, and it's probably the one we just saw on
Yeah.
2 lines ago.
Yeah.
Whilst you were talking, I just came up 5 meters there.
Okay, thanks. And if you've been on long enough to hear us joke about how tired I am, it's not a joke, I'm really tired. And I was up all night coring, doing gravity coring off the back deck, taking sediment samples at and around the methane seep site from yesterday's dive. So we finished our ROV dive yesterday, proceeded to do a CTD, and after that, all the rest of the evening and all night was in doing gravity coring. And then slid right into deploying the ROV at this site and starting the M3 and SAGE mapping. So it's been a good 18 to 20 hours for me. Our survey right now, we've got maybe less than a quarter of the way on our current line, and let's see, 1, 2, 3 more north-south survey lines, and then a cross line to wrap up the M3 survey and SAGE Sensor survey also. Are you checking the sound velocity over there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm making a graph.
Coming up 5.
Coming up 5, yeah. 'Cause it's getting deep or shallow over here.
That's my cell phone. I'm probably just sitting here. Yeah, it's fine.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're being pulled. Yeah, Sebastian just had a little, maybe Falkor just gave Sebastian a little pull. We were watching, you can see on the M3 screen how we have kind of a bow tie now. It's because the heading of Sebastian changed, and possibly the tether pulled a little bit on Sebastian, rotated us. If we had had a TMS,
Correct term. Umbilical.
a
This
what?
is not a tether.
Not a tether, an umbilical.
Do you want us to circle around? Because we have holes now.
Not really.
Okay.
We don't have enough time. I think a little gap in this is okay. Sorry. So what's the difference between a tether and an umbilical?
Umbilical is armor.
An umbilical is armored.
Yeah. Tether is flexible and doesn't have any armor.
No armor. So tether is,
So
you'd have a tether if you had the TMS
Yes.
cage where you don't need to be tugging and pulling on it all the time.
Yeah.
And the umbilical is the whole thing is armored
Yeah.
because you don't have a TMS.
Correct.
Got it. Does that change the gauge of the cage, like the thickness? Is it like armored really thick
No, not necessarily.
or just different material?
The armor is actual metal.
Metal. Okay.
Around on the outside. And
Okay.
then you have all the conductors and fibers inside.
Okay.
So the tether, you would have like a yellow plastic or rubber insulation, and then you have your conductors and your fibers inside.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And you also have Kevlar, and the Kevlar is what
End of line.
gives
line.
it the strength.
End of line. End of line.
Okay, you can turn in.
So how much of Sebastian's cable is umbilical?
The entire.
The whole thing is umbilical. Wow. All right, start a line.
Start of line.
So in a TMS one, you would have your umbilical from your winch going onto the top of the TMS, and then the umbilical will go to like a J box, and then the tether would connect into
Mhm.
that J box and go through your rotating slip rings and whatnot, and then you'd have a drum of tether, and then that tether will go to your
Got it. Are those typically used on vessels of opportunity where you can just put it on where you don't have like a
Updated waypoint.
update?
It's mainly used in, well, world-class RVs and oil and gas and
Okay,
stuff.
yeah.
What I've seen or heard, most of these research RVs typically don't have a TMS.
Yeah, I haven't seen one on at least the 3 or 4 ROVs I've worked with.
Yeah.
The one on Conference Haka on Rev Aurora has a TMS on it.
Where is that out
And
of?
Tromso,
Okay,
end of line.
end of line.
That's the one that Pedro and I were on
Ah,
this
right.
summer.
That's moving, right?
And they have a big TMS system that deploys down through a moon pool and then plays out.
Wow.
On the way.
Roger that.
So that's the drum with
Mm-hmm.
your tether there. So this is a spooling
Yeah.
the tether onto the TMS. We had like a damage in the current tether we had, so we had to put a new one onto. Sorry. So this is a RV here
Mm-hmm.
with your top hat TMS.
Top hat TMS.
Yeah.
So,
Uh, tune in.
turning.
Start a line.
Start of line. Start of line.
So the top hat, this whole thing right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you would launch the RV and TMS connected,
Mm-hmm.
and then when say they're going down to 1,000 meters, you take the TMS down to like, say 900, and then you'd undock your RV, pay out your tether, and then, so your TMS would be bouncing with the vessel, but then you have your tether where you could control, so you don't have to be
Right.
tugged by the vessel.
Right. So that goes down with you.
So, yeah.
And then when you get to your work depth, you
the
come
RV,
off of
yeah.
that, and you have another
Yeah, you have
cable,
a drum there.
in there.
So-
Okay. And then that thing just continues to move with the heave,
Yeah.
unless you don't have like a heave.
Well,
built in.
some systems, your winch could be heave compensated, so as your tether, that's
Yeah.
your real your tether gonna be on. So you see, that's I was flying one and that's another RV there, so you would see the tether going on. See. Right, so, that's the tether there going on.
Mm-hmm, okay. Wow. Learning a lot about various ways ROVs can be detached or free to move around.
Any sound velocity for you?
What is it?
No, I mean, but we did a 60 at the last site last night.
Yeah, what? But
I know. So at 670, the CTD read. Well, if you come here, I can show you the all
Okay.
the models. Okay, this is our cast. So it's at the 670. So there's all these different calculations, there's 3 of them. This is taking off our primary, and this is our secondary. And they're ranging from 1480, they're all 1481, but they're ranging from 0.5 to about 0.95. Based on the calculation. And then, let's see what's up with that. 670. $1481.87. So they're reading almost the
Yeah,
same. But
it's
does that
strange
mean-
that it doesn't, the 1480 at the seafloor, or 25 meters off the seafloor, is not yielding a flat seafloor. It's making everything
Well,
bow up, and when I correct it down, it flattens, and
No,
then
yeah.
the overlap lines match up, like the parallel, the reciprocal lines. So something is,
it might be less of the sensors are off and more of M3 isn't actually
It depends
applying
on
the
what
sound velocity.
size TMS you have. The system, I think, 1600 meters of tether. So we were on a flight day vessel there, so
Like in terms of
they wanted to
being
just follow
formal.
pipe, the touchdown, the pipe, like a thousand meters back.
Okay.
I don't know. Unless it's just putting in the .all files and then.
you're writing in the sound velocity to the dot all with your,
Right.
what you did
Right.
for the last one.
And you can see it actively changing through.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sonia, just a note, up at 31.
Coming down. So the big vessel is the vessel they were down.
I don't know. I have to,
We're bringing you up.
I think I'm assuming that the M3 is doing what the EMs are doing. that's the appropriate assumption.
Yeah, I don't know. Just, I'm applying one correction for each line,
Oh,
so it's not that, it doesn't take that long.
yeah.
I wonder if it's something to do with applying the you add the depth from the seafloor down to the ROV, and then from the ROV M3 down to the seafloor. I only want it to calculate that with sound velocity and this with a depth correction. Maybe it's
Oh.
doing some, it's like making a new correction from the sea surface,
Yeah.
that it has it like has that sound velocity, but it's using that for the whole water column,
Yeah.
and
Probably
then it's,
because it's set up to deal with yams, yeah.
I could see if you had that as your only sound velocity, it would overestimate, that's not a good representation of the whole sound velocity profile,
Yeah.
because it's faster here near the surface.
Yeah.
So, but if I'm using a slow for the whole way, yeah, then I need to back that out. Maybe I just
Yeah.
don't do the pressure correction
I see.
first, and then
Yeah.
see if the sound velocity works.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, if you're doing it that way, that means every other person that's processing.
Well, I'm using,
M3, even in Chimera, it should be doing the same thing.
they did it with, I'd have to see if they had the same issue in the Chimera processing. Because the
Yeah.
MB system processing may switch around some order of sound velocity correction.
I'm interested to hear about that. Should we contact Dave?
Of course, you should always contact
Always.
Dave.
Dave?
Directly to the MB system list server.
Yes.
Sage,
Flatline
flatline sage.
sage.
My goodness. Slightly.
Possibly. But now I really want to know what was at the end of that
Yeah, we were on our,
that system.
we needed to go close.
Yeah. I'm gonna put that on the map. Is and how close we got to actually going there and then not going there.
Yeah, so sage-based plume hunting,
Yeah.
that's where we're at.
That's essentially what we're doing.
Yeah,
Well, only we're not hunting. Sage-based plume
mapping.
mapping
Yeah.
detection.
Oh no. Yes, sage-based.
You don't know what there's a lot of document has not as large as like enlarging the right on the slides and
Early bridge looks like I'll end up a tiny bit east of the waypoint. Is that trouble for you?
No, it should be alright.
Alright, sweet.
Yeah, it should be okay. It's
Mm-hmm.
This is a example of a cage system.
Okay.
So this here is your little RV, sub-Atlantic.
Oh, it's inside. Okay.
Command chain. This
The whole.
thing is your cage. So your tether coming in to the backside of it, and your drum, your tether drum.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Ah, so it is really like a garage.
Mm.
Now, when you are piloting,
Mm-hmm.
do you pilot it into the garage, or do you use the wind just kind of pulls you in?
No, you have to fly.
You have to fly it
Yeah.
in. And you're flying it in, and that thing is not always heave comp.
You
You
have to
kind
time
of.
it.
Okay.
You
So
have to-
it's the equivalent of if your garage was bobbing up and down and you had to drive your car
Yeah.
into it.
yeah, but so the heave is normally cyclical, so you have to
You
time
can kind of know when it's,
Yeah,
and then
you'll
you
see
get,
when there's a lull, and then
you gotta go.
make haste. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Talk about like equivalent to like landing a plane. You gotta like put the ROV in the garage,
Yeah.
piloting.
So this was that same RV cage, and we're monitoring divers. So there's saturation divers that
Mm.
doing subsea construction.
Oh, wow. Diving. Cool. Just a subsea diver working with robots and
Yeah, that was dive support.
dive support. Wow. Yeah, ocean engineering.
So how do we feel about clutter suppression?
I'm open to it being a good thing
Okay,
until
me
I see
too.
the data when processing it to
Until
see.
we're mad about it later.
It may be something I'm mad about later, because
Okay.
why did I click that? Who
Yeah.
knows? Who knows what ramifications that did?
Really mess us up.
But right now, I'm feeling cautiously optimistic.
Okay, alright. It did clean up, I don't know if us having a shallower altitude or us turning clutter, what is it? Clutter suppression fix those outer beams, but they are cleaner.
It is cleaner. My guess on what clutter suppression is that it, the beams are supposed to be equally spaced or some angle varying, constant angle away from each other. But if you get noise and they just clutter around a certain area,
Yeah,
it probably sees it as, oh, those are probably bad, I'll flag
yeah.
them.
Coming down 5.
Coming up 5. Down 5.
So do we go until biology does us?
Sure. I bet they'll be in at 10.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a WhatsApp and see if they'll.
Okay, end of line.
End of line.
End of line.
Turn it. Start across line.
Start of line.
Start line.
Bridge, I don't think that's an updated waypoint.
New waypoint.
End of line.
End of line.
Turn it. Start of line.
Start of line.
Start a line.
So, we're actively correcting the depth. So, like when it gets to 20, just come back to
Okay.
25.
Okay. No problem.
So you know what that should be.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. We should do a shout out.
Still do Sage. Sage is
Totally flat.
maintaining flat.
Which is good. Well,
Go
kind
that
of.
way.
I guess if it's a big spike, then we have something else to look at.
Well, we know there's the main bubble
Yeah.
stream, but there's lots of stuff on the seafloor.
Oh, yes.
What are we doing here? What is that? Is that
What are we doing?
what's that noise here?
while I'm moving the next depth shallower. You're getting a bunch of noise.
Yeah. Just messing with the range gate, adaptive gate also.
Yeah. Is that done?
So,
Page sensor fix itself.
super. Hopefully this relay can do the same thing.
Run out of time.
Should have, yeah, I still sent it, but no. The only thing that'll make a difference is shutting the cable down, starting it back up.
You just sorted in water.
Same thing we did the first time we did this.
Right, but did it start in water or was it, did
No,
it just not
start
notice?
with it, starting out.
What is happening when we map that's messing with the?
I don't know. Just stuff like free.
Yeah. Pretty dramatic.
Very good. Bring it up to 25 meters again.
Yep. Okay, just kind of stair step it up. cruising down our final north-south survey line. Full north-south survey line, then we'll go over on a half line up to the middle and do a crossing line, which will be pretty neat, right? Because the crossing line will have us go past the bubble plume and into the, well, probably into the enriched methane waters again. But
We would think so.
it'll be a sustained spike, but it'll be just elevated on the other side of
Yeah.
some line where
Yeah.
we enter the water that's getting fed by the bubble plume.
We should see though, because it's pretty narrow. The peaks as we crossed were pretty narrow. So if we're just north or south, there's a chance that we are too far north or south
It's true.
for it. We'll see. It'll be a really interesting data point. I'm excited to see it.
I can tell. I can hear it in your voice. He's going to be excited to see it.
Jeff, you're at the end of your 18-hour day. I'm at the start of my 18-hour day.
You and I are on the different sides of the same coin.
Exactly.
You're killing my vibe.
I want to see what's written on this messages window. Stats for current image mode 0%. Ping loss 0%. Packet loss 97.9 megabits per data rate last ping. Okay. That's weird. Is that a good size?
One more back. Other way. One more. One more. That's perfect.
You like to cut off the 0 in half?
No? What?
It's the mode 0.0.
No, we're cropping that for the stream.
I know.
It's all about the stream.
Right.
Not about the science, Jeff. It's about the stream.
About the stream.
I know. I signed the waiver that said it's all about the stream.
It's all about the stream.
Your science is
It's all about-
secondary.
It's all about the stream, which is why we're doing 4 hours of mapping on the stream.
Well, we're testing out a new medium, a new show on
Yeah.
the stream is just map and talk, map and chat.
Yeah.
It's just a podcast with
This is a map and
Merton
chat.
snow flying by the whole time
Yeah.
and a waterfall display.
And every now and then a start a fly. Start a fly.
Not
Yeah,
yet.
Not yet. Too soon.
So there's gonna be
In the
like
line.
DKI,
Yeah.
control system that we could theoretically take.
I thought with Luca, we actually had that in the GUI.
Yeah, it's some subs that let you see it, I think Mary like lets you see that the TIDs stuff like for the games. Yeah. You can get rid of that weird.
It's not in the bars. So we saw the bubbles between 1.6 and 7? Or is it just not even worth? No, it was definitely up.
I think it was in the middle,
Okay.
and it was one of these between waypoint 7 and 8. It was in the about halfway through. And we saw it on both lines.
Actually, let me bring up
But we'll need to get up the waypoints from the past.
here. It was, yeah, because we saw it here. Yeah, it's here. Wow. Which is exactly where the 124 saw it. Or
712.
712.
Yeah, well, it was, but you look at how the size of the area, the size of the.
Right, but if I put this in turntable mode and then mess it up, that is about halfway though.
Yep. Yep, that bubble plume is.
Oh, look, you can see the steps.
Oh yeah, that's us up and down, up and down, up and down.
Yeah, it's in the line.
End of line.
End of line.
Right, you can make the turn. Yeah.
End of line.
Can you guys do it in here? Jeff, how are you doing?
What? What am I doing? We've all been just
Yeah, what
calling
are you
out
doing?
our.
Start a line.
Start a line.
Start a line.
This jacket wasn't as warm as I was hoping it would be.
I'm ready to go
Time
to
to have a
sleep.
little visit to the Andes gear or Patagonia. Patagonia store.
Patagucci? That's a great name. I haven't heard of that. That's so cool. I know Patagonia.
Yeah, Patagonia.
That's awesome.
Good morning. Paris. Do you like our winter gear?
Yes, I do. It's very. It's,
I was gonna say, I think I'm gonna need to bring my Canadian parka.
this is high. I love the high vis.
Yeah. Bless you.
Bless you.
I'm gonna bring my Canadian parka and then just bring high vis to Canada. It'll be the same. Yeah, I have my doubts. Yeah.
So can I show you a bird thing?
I was, did you just read my mind? I was literally
Yep.
like, did we decide what word that was?
No, and I have another one. That might be even weirder.
There are
Oh,
birders.
that's a grebe.
We've got
Yeah.
birders.
Not a grebe.
Sounds like you guys are not in a grebe.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, that is not what I said.
That's not an agreement.
No.
But
Not agreement.
not why is its face white?
It looks like.
Why is
Yeah,
its
it's not a
face
line.
white?
Looks
Hmm?
like that.
End of
The
line.
last line.
End of line.
Oh, hold on. End of line.
End of line.
Frantically tapping windows. Where is the log?
End of line.
End of line.
End of line.
Okay, the line has been ended. I'm gonna wait until start of line.
Okay.
Then we'll look again.
Start line.
Start of line.
Start of line. Okay, here we go. So. I can come over there.
Oh, it's fine. It's not like I have a strange minute or anything. I'm just kidding. Oh, yeah, it's great.
Sure looks a lot
Sure looks a lot
like
like.
that. And yet, if we take a look, there ain't no records down here.
Whoa.
So,
So,
and there are a bunch that look like variations of that. So I'm trying to figure out what it will be.
if you send me that picture, I
At least this way when you turn left, you don't
Have
have
a
to take
thinking.
an extra turn.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll send you right 2 pictures.
thanks for that. This
Yeah.
is very exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think my bird book is a little too general. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good.
It's fun, but
Did you agree to disagree?
what? Did I agree to disagree? Agree.
Was it a grebe?
There's
I just was trying to excuse
no agree to disagree.
agree to disagree.
Just to disagree. My eyeballs did something to my brain, and then I looked with better comprehension at the picture, and it was not what I thought it was at first level. Because from far away, that picture looked like a small wire with like a hairdo.
There's a bird that looked like a TV on the sea yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, it's the cutest that I've ever seen.
Landbird.
Yeah.
Oh, there were landbirds in that.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a whole flock of flycatchers. Very similar to a phoebe.
That's probably this nice.
Yeah, little white tuft, Alex. Yeah.
It's 10:17.
It's 10:17.
We should, in theory, go right over it on the way back.
Yep.
Would we just stop at it?
Oh, goodness. We'll see if we see it again. I'm more
What do you mean?
inclined. We are going to see it again, of course.
We should finish the map.
We should finish the map. And then
Are
hand
we-
over the keys to the next group.
Hand over the broken keys.
So I can go process the multi-beam and give them a map.
Yeah, are we, or go doing that? Is that the
I
plan?
thought you might say go down and look at the bubble
Oh,
stream.
no. But we'll
Yeah.
go over it.
You will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
We'll go over the bubbles, hopefully
Hopefully.
again. It might be just outside of view on the center line.
And we'll see if I see it on the SAGE or not. Will help determine if there's a north or south pull to the bubble plume.
Yes.
Sage has been non-conclusive tonight?
No, it was really
Oh, it's
conclusive.
great.
It was very conclusive,
Oh.
and then
We
we went
passed
past
the
this.
bubble stream
And then they went down.
there, and we didn't see any peaks east of it.
That's what you want to see?
Yeah.
That's exactly what you want to see.
Right.
Which yesterday we mapped to a point where it reached a peak of 200 microatmospheres. Our last line didn't have had a small peak, and then we left. And we got around that area, but not quite to that point yesterday when I was looking at the map this morning.
Back down to 25.
Okay.
So Jeff, do you ever see bubbles more than just
What do
like
you-
is it ever like lots of bubbles?
Yeah, there's,
like large bubbles?
you do sometimes see releases of like large bubbles if they kind of get trapped in a crevice or something where there's like an overhang. So the bubbles are coming up into something that catches them, and then they'll spill over and have like a big release of one large, or like that kind of usually just goes into a bunch of little bubbles.
That one didn't have to be.
But,
It's all,
There are seeps that are not just one bubble stream coming up; they're like a curtain of bubbles,
Okay, that's what I was-
like on a fracture. So there'll be bubbles just coming up on a curtain, like a linear thing of just a bubble wall. So those are really acoustically visible, and it just wipes out huge sections of the multi-beam.
We don't have that.
So far, what I've seen is, individual little emission sites of bubbles coming out of one bubble train.
I'm surprised that a single bubble train can light up the multi-beam that much.
The way to think about it is that, for simplicity, let's say each beam has a 1 degree opening angle. So like it's every beam is like an aperture of 1 degree. And that, so as it gets through the water column, it gets wider. So your beam is seeing a bigger area. And if you have any bubble within that area, it's going to be the most reflective thing in that beam. So even small bubble trains, the multi-beam picks it up because the multi-beam is looking kind of broadly.
Yeah.
And the bubbles are so reflective that it becomes the largest amplitude in that cross-section
Yeah.
of the beam. And the bubble size, the more general bubble size that you get in marine environments has a resonance frequency that is in line with the multi-beam, most of the multi-beam systems. So it's like tuned to be able to see them.
That's why the 302 is the best one for it.
It's a really good one. The slightly higher frequency ones tend to see them better or with more resolution. But even the low frequency ones can see them, but they're kind of more smeared out.
Yeah.
They have plots that you can see the resonance response, the frequency response for different systems, and they all, within the range of bubble sizes that you get in the marine environment, they all light up like a ton.
Yeah.
There's just the 30, 40 kilohertz ones are just at the higher end. Stop logging, or end of line. Don't want to change it right now.
turning.
Yeah, go
Start
ahead.
line.
Okay, we're gonna have you follow us down this line.
Start line.
White six.
So some questions in the chat about the multi-beams. The multi-beams on ships, like the multi-beam that the Falcor has, we're talking like multi-million-dollar installations. EM 124 and a 712 and a sub-bottom profiler, like that's millions of dollars.
Yeah.
The M3 is probably in the $100,000, 70.
70,000.
Yeah. So you're in the like tens of thousands up to 100,000 to get something like the M3. And then there's kind of everywhere in between. You can have ones that are, like I know Norbit, there's some Norbits that are like $250,000. But they're very nice integrated systems. And so
So
the range is pretty big on the cost of a multi-beam,
So if you had your own boat, would you put a multi-beam on it?
of course.
You would.
100% would put it, I mean, if money wasn't, is money an option?
Money's an option.
Oh, well, then no, I have no money.
Okay, so you would definitely do it. And would you do the
Have we
Norbit?
seen anything new?
If you were putting a multi-beam on an ROV, would it be
I would put it-
2040?
A 2040 would be great. Yeah, a 2040, which is a Kongsberg system.
Yeah.
Hey,
Is there anything new we should be adding for waypoints? Because we don't have any waypoints for this dive.
I would start with the waypoint you left, the bubble stream from the last dive, and give me a chance to process this data, because the way the depths were changing so much that the ROV pilots had to keep shifting the depth up and down. So we didn't really get a constant view of what the seafloor looked like in the live stream. So once I go and run it through the processing to actually stitch it all together, hopefully there'll be some features, but mostly from what we saw with SAGE and where the bubble plume was imaged on the M3, it seems to be center to west. Things to the east were not that many indications from our sensors. That doesn't mean there isn't things on the seafloor.
So the location that's our number one waypoint
Is,
is not the bubble stream.
oh, it's not?
It's where we ended the dive.
Oh, okay.
Not where we ended the dive, it's where we last had a big seep,
Oh, okay.
tubeworm bushes, near the end of the dive, right near the
Okay.
end of the dive.
Well, either way,
So I
if that
assume
one, I would go back
it's-
to that one where
Well,
you.
we will,
Yeah.
but then I need to, after we
I-
work there, we
mhm.
have to figure out where to go. So I'm hearing west until you get your map.
Yeah. West
Yeah.
seems to be the more active area from what we can tell, but
Okay.
there could be small high backscatters or things in the M3 process data that will show that, no, there's things to look at over there, but I don't know yet.
We could have a second waypoint, which is your bubble location.
Yeah.
right? Do we have coordinates? Is that up there already?
It's in the same bubble. I have it from that I'll put when I look at the multi-beam again, but it's in between these two lines.
Okay.
While I think there should be enough time for when you're going to that spot where you were sampling last before on the last dive here, will give me enough time to put the multi-beam through the processing script and get it in to the ROV pilots and take a look to see if put some waypoints down.
Okay. That's good. Thank you.
But at least we know this place. We know this spot. You can go back.
Yeah.
We have at least one to go back to give a little time for me to
Right,
figure
and
out.
if we go down to the bottom,
Mhm.
there are some people who want background cores, so if you get to the bottom, I'll just stay in here.
Okay, yeah,
I'm
we're
gonna
almost
use
done.
the restroom and come back,
Yeah.
but,
There's some sampling to do outside.
There's some background
Okay.
sampling to do, and we decided we should do it first rather than.
Great. Yeah, get them out of the way. Get them secured. Okay. So we're probably 20 minutes from the end of the line, maybe 15, and then we'll
Then
go
just
to
go down
go down.
where you are.
Yeah. I might do a Norbit
Okay.
because
On an ROV, not.
on an ROV,
Okay.
one, because Norbit's offices are an hour away from where I live.
Yeah.
Or Norbit USA, and those guys are great.
Product placement.
So product and close to customer service.
Yeah. Just
Two,
walk in.
yeah, I can. I've seen their offices. They're great. Two, the Norbits have an integrated IMU. So inside of the multi-beam is a motion reference,
Yeah.
IMU, like an inertial, what is that? Here's our acronyms again. Inertial motion unit, internal motion. So it can tell when it's rolling and pitching and all those things. You can have its own corrections without having to do a lever arm
That's
from
really
some,
nice.
yeah. So I've used them where you just strap them onto a pole and you don't need to have a pause in V
Yeah.
is inside of it.
Yeah.
So it's one, the kit is much smaller.
So if you were gonna map with a jet ski,
Oh, yeah.
an orbit for sure.
Yeah,
You
I think
have,
I
but
could mount,
We were considering having,
jet-
not a jet ski, but putting a multi-beam on a,
like a ASV.
Yeah.
Some sort of float, like a,
yeah.
yeah, those are cool.
And then what about an AV? What would you put
Oh, so many I
in? In
think
theory.
the AUV, I'd probably put the 2040. Or
Sub bottom?
with a sub-bottom. A sub-bottom, I guess an Edge Tech would probably be the one you'd put on an AUV. Yeah. But if I was going to do a vessel, I think that this ship has the right combination of ship one, an EM 124
Yeah.
and a 712
Yeah.
get you
Everything.
everything you need, because the 712 can go from 40 kilohertz up to 100,
Yeah.
and it kind of takes the place of a 30 kilohertz.
Yeah.
But if I could only have one multi-beam on a
It'd be
ship,
3 or
it'd be
4.
the 3 or 4,
Yeah.
because it's way versatile.
Exactly. I think our EM 712 is underperforming from what we were expecting.
Yeah,
It can't go.
it can.
deep.
1,000
It should go
meters
to
is.
3,500.
Yeah, I
but-
can't get it to work at 1,000. It seems
I
like.
know.
Or it does, but it's noisy.
It's just you'd rather be on this 124.
Yeah, but when the data from the 712 does work, it's really nice.
Yeah. I'm interested in seeing what happens after shipyard for that.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, we should be going. Have we had anything?
Not yet, but we're not at
We're-
where we
We're not there
expected to be
yet,
at.
but
Not
we're
quite
we're
there.
approaching
Yeah,
it.
we're approaching. We should see it on multi-beam, hopefully.
Okay. Well, it
M3.
hopefully on the M3 it would be probably on the left side, the port side.
I think we're north of it.
I don't know.
It's been north.
It's been north, so then it'd
I
be the
think it's
star.
been
It'd be on
north.
the right side, the starboard side.
But I don't really know anything anymore.
None of us
Okay.
do, Jules.
It's
Especially
that
when you
time in the shift.
Especially when you guys left and they were like, okay, where'd you see blah blah blah? And I was like,
Got it, so I can't, no, we didn't see that much today. I can't believe
Yeah.
I think it was closer to the 7 to 8 line than the 9 to 10 line. I think
So we're still in front of us. These are 40 meters apart. The line
The
spacing.
lines.
If you could be ready to drop a waypoint, we'll give him one. It'll save me some time from having to find it again. So if we do go over it, just quickly drop a waypoint, and I'll say like to the north or south of the boat, just a little bit.
They have 10-meter line spacing, so we can measure.
Yeah, I could do the measure. Isn't there a measure tool on here?
Yeah, it's literally a tape measure.
Yeah. So like,
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna break. It's gonna crash.
You're gonna crash.
We're gonna see the plume and it's gonna immediately crash.
Good job. Oh.
Oh no. Okay, stop clicking. There's a clear
Here
screen.
comes a mound. It's to the right.
Oh, right above, right under us is the,
Wow.
Oh,
there's
yeah.
the seep.
Wow.
Look at that.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, put the drop away point right. Wait, 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 wait. Drop a waypoint now.
Okay.
Right under the boat.
Wow.
Under the boat or the sub?
Under the sub.
Okay.
Sorry, under the vessel.
And-
Under the machine.
Under the ROV.
That thing. It's. I'm tired.
Yes, with 3 S's.
I'm
Yes.
gonna click
Oh, no,
it
no, that's
differently.
perfect.
Y-A-S, yes.
You might. There may have. Well, depending on. We didn't see any bubbles in the video, did we?
No.
Okay. Did you see that now this time? Did you see it on the M3 or were you watching the
I
screen?
was watching the screen.
Oh.
See, I like to see bubbles.
Here, I'll show you.
But you
I
put
took
in
a
sea
picture.
log, Scott?
Yep. I got to click a different button.
Oh, cool.
So I'll tell Adam that was a good crossing line.
Yes.
Did I see what you got on your phone?
On my thumb?
On your phone? That's a seep.
That's a seep.
And we dropped a. We did drop. We tried again to drop a waypoint.
Precise.
It's
See, if we had
interesting,
dropped
though.
it at the beginning, that was the top of the plume,
Yeah.
and it was drifting
East.
Which?
west.
No.
Because it took us to get to the bottom. We had to keep going
The currents
west.
from the west to the east.
West to east. Yeah, but it was
I
in
think
front.
watched
Like,
it
no, no, you're right. It was
I'm
behind.
right.
You're right. You're right.
The top of the bubble plume
Was
is
to the
east
east.
of the bottom.
But how does that?
Which
But
is
the
the
current
opposite-
pushing.
Which is
Opposite.
the inverse of what I'm seeing on SAGE. We had no methane to the east of the plume, spikes to the west of the plume.
Okay, hate that.
So confused.
I was excited when we saw the bubbles, but I was very confused by, oh, here comes the spike.
Maybe there's another bottom current, like it's more vertical, and then it.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah. Like an
So we have
S-
some really
an S
nice
current.
seafloor right here.
Yeah.
check this out.
It's real. We promise. We saw that.
Woohoo!
That's
We drove straight over
So
it.
pretty.
Yeah.
And
That's
here,
pretty.
here you go, Lisa. Coming up.
So this, we dropped the
This is
waypoint
it now.
where the
Yeah,
big
this is
that one was.
Live readout of the concentration. We went right over the plume.
This was 2 minutes ago or
Yeah.
something?
Yeah.
Yeah, we went over
So where are we?
2.5 minutes.
We're right near the middle west in the survey block. So we're right here. So the plume was like right back here, and you can see that there's
So
a
we're going
mound
west.
here.
We're going west.
We're going west. So behind us is where we just passed over that thing. And there's another big mound right here, but I think the plume was coming from like right from this one. Cool, all right. And we've got,
Is this a different bubble stream than?
no, it's the same one. Or it looks like it's coming from the same spot, but we went directly
Currents-
over it this time,
currents
which
are-
before was off to the side. Adam's initial pick was really pretty good.
Do you know where our coordinates are on there? Waypoint?
Can we load up waypoint? Was there was
Yes,
waypoints?
That's
I bring in a
scientific.
waypoint one.
Yeah.
It's here.
There's so much methane. My
It's a
the
little
peak in
bit
SAGE
south
is still
of
going
mine.
up.
Yeah.
Really?
Well, this was your waypoint you got, but that's not where we saw the bubble.
No,
We
because
wanna put a bubble waypoint.
we did put it on there.
Alex, can you open that and give me the coordinates?
Read about
Yeah, a second. Sidekick, so chair, do you have I do. Sure. Yeah. Apologize to the stream, I have to edit accordingly. This is a realistic sensitive. It'd be like this. Yeah, it's fine. Your thing.
I mean, Jeff, do you want us to sample bubbles early on, or if
I
we
know.
see them? Okay, what is it?
It's up to you. I think this one looks like this one looks very consistent. I don't think you're gonna have trouble finding it, especially since I think it's the
But
same
if
one.
we're there.
If you're there, grab it, but you don't need me to sample it. I've talked with the people about how to log it. And
Something other than start line
If
or
there-
end line.
what we didn't do last time at this site was the temperature probe, to poke it into the bubbles, just to see if there's any temperature anomaly.
This was west of the bubbles, west of the bubbles, west of the bubbles, west of the bubbles, east of it, and then driving straight over the bubbles.
Okay. It's gonna be out, so it'll probably be waypoint 2, so.
All right, well,
I mean, it doesn't.
people out watching on the stream, the mapping and mapping team, which was me and Jules. Probably gonna sign off. Sage and Scott will continue on while we do the sampling.
Yep.
To our sampling team and biologist, microbiologist.
Jeff, you gotta stay on for one more thing.
What, one more thing?
You gotta
Oh,
hit waypoint 19.
I gotta hit, well, I'm just doing the outro
Okay.
as we're approaching the end of the mapping. What is that thing? Is that real?
No.
I think that's noise.
Look,
So do they
Oh.
have
it's an
waypoint
altitude change.
Okay.
They do have waypoint 1 in their green scene, but they can add a waypoint as waypoint 2 on that spot if you want to refer to the same thing.
The bubbles. Oh, it's about bubbles there, it's fine.
Okay.
It's like.
Don't bite your fingers.
Yes.
Hmm?
Don't bite your fingers.
Sorry. Don't tell me what to do.
I think in my dream, the hairy armed lobster made an appearance.
Crab.
I think
Crab.
crab.
It's
Yeah.
crab.
I think I had a dream last night where he was in the dream. I don't know what that means.
Still moving around.
Maybe it means we'll find them.
Yeah, maybe it was a vision.
Which one? The one from yesterday?
The one that's in the profile.
But you're talking about the really long one from
My
2
dream
days
might have
ago,
combined
right?
the two.
It's a new species.
Yeah, maybe I dreamt these.
A special hybrid.
Yeah. Clairvoyant for the deep sea.
I'm about to leave.
Well, I think it's like fate coming, we're gonna have them hanging out by the doors.
All right.
That would be super exciting.
Except the ones I'm thinking of were at El Pisco, so,
But although we found them here, that'd be also exciting.
yeah, or different ones.
Yeah.
and,
Either way. Interesting.
But the,
I think you're all.
I don't know if you ever
originally
looked,
or their species.
did you see the hairy part of it?
I think did Greg show photos in his science meeting?
Remember if you showed close up of them, it's pretty neat, the spines all have these long tubular globus of bacteria on them. In groups of 3, so it looks like fan-like a little bit.
Yes, I think, like, I don't know what magnification is that. Can you see the bacteria?
Well, I see that.
All right.
We're looking at bacteria.
Yeah.
There's the bell.
Could be cool.
End of line?
Sort of like
Bell.
Just
watch
about.
them in situ hybridization to like see if we
That's the
can
line right
see,
there.
get at which
End of
ones
line.
are there.
End of line.
We can end the line, and I'm gonna pause the M3, and you can go to the seep floor. Mapping team out.
Go get some sleep, Jeff.
I gotta process the M3 data.
Oh, God. Go do that.
Luckily, it's a pretty quick process now. Okay.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
Woo! Woo, go team.
Oh, good mapping. Big bubble flow, actually. Joel, can I show your phone? The bubble flow?
Oh, yeah.
It's our bottom screen.
Check that
So
out.
it's right over with the, so within 3, we went directly over the bubble stream. So pretty cool. Yeah, fun stuff. All right, I got it.
Hey everybody, thank you so much for your patience. Had to switch camera views there for a second while our technicians and pilots are troubleshooting some things. Due to issues with the sub, we will just be doing a couple of samples when we're down here, and we'll have the lovely Dr. Lisa Levin narrating that for a little bit. But we will have to come up a little bit sooner than anticipated to do some troubleshooting on deck. So, but we'll be back down after that. So enjoy these last few bits of sampling, and I will pass it over back to Dr. Lisa Levin for science narration. All right, over to you, Lisa.
Bouncing around at like 12 ppm, which is essentially water column is background for this area. Yep. Yeah, we're good.
So hi, everybody. This is Lisa Levin coming on for what's turned out to be kind of a short watch here. We have been mapping with the M3 for the last 3.5 hours and trying to detect bubble plumes and hard ground. And Jeff has gone to make a map. And in that time, we discovered a problem with the manipulator. So right now, we only have use of the port or left manipulator at least once per site. We are going to have to bring the vehicle up to try to fix the problem because this port manipulator can only reach one biobox, can't do any coral cutting, and it can't reach the majority of the push cores, which are very central to our work, so we're going to try to fix that problem. Unfortunately, we have deteriorating weather here, so tomorrow and the next day, things are going to get a little rougher. We're not so sure about how diveable it will be, but we'll see. Stay optimistic. Our depth is 944 meters. We're a bit away from a pretty active methane seep and a really beautiful bubble stream that showed up in the sonar earlier.
Oh, I'm sorry, Alex. Give me a second. Sorry, buddy. I was paying attention to other things that were on my, thought that might be clearing itself up there. On the starboard. That's right, this one. Yep.
Okay,
Is that
spring
good?
back.
Good view for you? Thanks.
Spring
Thanks.
back.
Let me know when it's
I'll let- yeah, I'll keep an eye
accurate
on
to
it.
switch over. And
Yeah.
Didn't want to switch over while we're in the middle of bush coring.
It shouldn't affect them. Oh, you have the overhang. Oh, yeah.
Jerk the vehicle, that's
Yeah,
all.
that's a good point.
I'll probably take another this
Back
one.
out on the porch.
But does anybody else want anything here?
I can text the group chat if we have it. Is this like a open question led by lots of people that I should send to the group chat? Or statements, whatever.
Coming out on the porch. Way in.
Oh, can you reach number 6 also? Or you don't know? You can reach 5, right?
Obviously, I'm sure you're gonna be keeping honest with our information on Christian.
Try and watch it.
You guys realize the cores will have to be processed and put back on the vehicle?
Yeah.
Right?
Yep, I am panically texting them.
Are we, Rich?
Go ahead.
Hey mate, yeah, just to let you know, I don't think it should be an issue, but there is fishing gear in the water, a stern of it's probably over a mile away.
Okay.
And also starboard, forward, probably over a mile and a half away. But yeah, just so you're aware that there is stuff in the area in case you see anything
Okay.
involved down there.
Okay, thanks, Tony.
If you can reach a 6, okay. Let us know. Look at that nice sea spider over to the right.
Yeah, I'll try. See, when as soon as I turn it on, it starts blinking, so I can't get it to catch yet all the way.
If you can, if it's not, if it looks like it's gonna be too difficult for that core, we'll skip it. Let us know.
You do,
We'll call this a background bonanza today because normally we probably wouldn't be getting quite so many.
Yeah, you might have to go closer to you, like in the middle of those or somewhere where you.
I just wanted to make sure I could see on the tool cam that I wasn't gonna hit with the giant thing on the end of the back end. That's our good take.
Unless they wanna try and do some other thing.
No, what we'd like to do is trip one more disc and then come up after the cores are recovered.
No, all of those were there. It's just that less.
Okay, got frame grabber's got a photo of the cores? Yep. Okay.
Try and jolt it, try and turn it on, turn it on there.
There's a question in the chat about seepage and tidal flows? And the answer is yes. Even at 4,000 or 5,000 meters, seepage is strongly affected by tides. Tends to be, the bubble streams tend to be stronger and seepage is higher at low tide and lower at high tide. So we often do check the tides when we're doing surveys for bubbles. Also, of course, the ebb and flow tides, when they're strong, generate strong currents, move the bubble plumes around, and so they don't move vertically. They sometimes stream horizontally.
Do you want me to trip the Niskin before we pull these out? In case it's Thursday.
Sure, sure. Taking a second Niskin also helps guarantee water.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Sometimes it doesn't.
Especially, yeah, especially with this good one.
So this will be Niskin 2?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just trying to see why I'm already know. Okay, cool. I was like, if it does not help, I will shut up. That might as well be cute. It's just like the one in Spanish sky that I am still alive. It's kind of frequency.
What, looks like a fire?
Yep, juice fire. Are you ready for us to start blowing these?
Yes.
Okay.
Kind of swing over to make sure that we've got it frozen and freeze it. Right. Kind of. Yeah, that's about where it'll start, right? And it pushes out.
Yeah, do the far ones first, so that you don't knock into the near ones. And I don't have to push the part or job as far as these either, because you can have dexterity to get to these two.
Yeah, so I'm just getting a feel for what it should feel like when you try to pull the camera. Just, well, it should be
If I
like
can, to give you a better view. Like mostly gonna be relying on this one. I can take it out a little bit.
Try 6 first.
Yeah.
I'll try to go spit everything slow as well now.
That's okay. Species back in there. Where's the? Camera touch. There you go. Got a lot of shoulder, maybe go across it. The bile boxes are well clear.
You can also put them in any quiver. They don't have to be in order.
We just have to be a little strategic.
Yeah.
I can hold the camera a little bit. That didn't help. You're pretty well lined up now. Perfect.
It does, yeah, you can put them anywhere.
Well, I'm just, that's the shortest distance each
Okay,
members.
sure.
Like, we don't have rows to deal with.
Right.
So it's not gonna come down and smash the glue.
So in our field of view here, while we're coring, we have a quillworm right at the foreground of the pictures of the view, and those are Hyalinicia. They're a worm that's been categorized as discretely motile in a very famous paper called The Diet of Worms that talks about how animals feed and move. And you've probably seen the worm pull its front end out and drag the tube behind it. Usually, they're sort of spread out, and you just see one or two on the seafloor, but we've seen areas in Costa Rica where dead pyrosomes fall to the seafloor, and there are piles, huge piles of Hyalinicia on top of them, eating them. So we know they can aggregate under some circumstances. But we've just seen sort of isolated quillworms here, I think. Although I know Javier Solanas has trawled up hundreds of these in some places off Concepcion.
Where did I get that, Jay? I think luck and sit. That's all right. Yeah,
Good.
perfect.
All right, now porch.
Very nice, thank you. You can see that Hyalinicia dragging itself. It's slow work to move around the seafloor like that, but they manage. And it's leaving a track behind it. We call these little tracks and traces on the seafloor Lebensspuren, German word. In the deep sea, where there's relatively little disturbance, sometimes those tracks and traces can remain for many, many years and form microhabitats or little niches for small animals, small invertebrates.
Come out some more, so it's easier for you to line that up. How's that? Looks good to me.
These sediment cores have a light brown top, which is probably less consolidated and better oxygenated than the more grayish brown subsurface part, which is probably stiffer with less water content. And that we're lucky because it holds the core in. It keeps it from dropping out of the tube when it's being put back into the quiver. Where'd it go? Our Hyalinicia left. Maybe got buried. How tall would you say those sea pens are, you guys, a meter? They're the tallest sea pens I've ever seen. Well, maybe when they're done, they're busy.
Do we know about like the growth rate of sea pens? How old they must be to get that tall?
No, I have no clue how fast sea pens grow or how long they live.
There's also like 2 species of sea pens.
Definitely 2 species, the short one and the tall one.
Oh, something like that. Yeah, it's like this little picture. Let's try it. It's so long.
This is good, okay.
Some types of dive activities like video transects, M3 mapping, and so on can be done without manipulators, but most of the biologists and microbiologists are really dependent on having functional manipulators and being able to reach all the sample containers. So this will be a short dive in hopes we can come up and repair the starboard manip. Looks good, thank you.
You wanna go anywhere or see anything?
No,
Or biological
we
or-
want to come up and try to repair
Bridge,
as
ROV?
quickly as possible so we can
Yeah,
go
it's
back.
funny, just so you know, we're gonna have to recover the ROV to, fix this manipulator.
Okay, that's all copied. You guys coming up off now?
Yeah, we will be, yep.
Okay, thanks, Doug.
Yep, thank you. 250 okay for
Would
Joe.
the plan be to relaunch again, or are we looking at something else, or currently unknown?
Currently unknown, I know that we'll be recovering, we're gonna have at least an hour or two of repairs, so I don't know if they're gonna come up with something in the
We will,
meantime.
we'd like
Okay,
to
no
probably
worries, no
bongo.
They may want to do bongo nets, is what I'm told, Tony.
Okay, sounds good.
ROV off bottom.
Which core Apache 556? Be there and leave early.
She went to prep, she was,
Okay.
should I ask her?
No, it's fine. I assume she'll take whichever. So Apache, just go ahead and take 6. Tell Eulohio, and we should do the sample fate form on the bridge, so that. So Jeff wants 5.
We got time, it's gonna be like half an hour, 45 minutes. Just let them know that whichever is when they come out, keep dressed out. Yeah, keep it. Thank you.
All right. You probably heard in the background the ROV pilots and the bridge chatting, and we're coming off bottom to fix an issue with the ROV. We would like to, as always, thank you all so much for joining us today. We're going to be back hopefully in a few hours. In order to optimize science, the scientists will be doing some bongo net tows to look at fauna in the water column. So that'll buy the ROV pilots some time to repair the problem. And as always, thank you all so much for joining us today on the dive stream. And yeah, thank you all so much for joining us today. Thank you, Dr. Lisa Levin, and we will see you all very shortly. Take care.